Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in a few minutes, so if everyone would like to take their seat, that would be wonderful. Ani Bojo, Dabajamo, Banashis, Dijnakaz, Amikdodam, Chikchigoning, Donjaba. I'm Jennifer Ashawasage Pereira, and I'm from Henvey Inlet First Nation, and I'm also the consultation lead for the Northern Road Link project by Atkins Realis, and I am your MC this morning. So welcome to Roads to the North. We are showcasing 3 proposed roads in Treaty 9 this morning, and all 3 of those roads have a different purpose and are at various stages in their environmental impact assessment phases. So this morning, for opening remarks, is Martin Falls First Nation Chief Bruce Achinipaniskum, and Qasim Sadiq will be providing those remarks. And we also have team members standing by to provide you with project updates, and they'll be doing some presentations, and the teams will be sticking around later today, so if you have any questions, you can ask people those questions. But before we jump into this morning's program, the most important part, and that's our opening by our esteemed elder, Ed Sackany, who is a member of Fort Albany First Nation. Chimigwech, Ed. You want to come up?
Wajek Masway Mate Gamajagan Nagasko, Ogomaganesta Nutano, Gishamanto Gatayan, Gichigijgo, Witamok, Anagain, the Mujamak, Nagokamak, Ushtakwa, Uta Taskin, Gapechi Mubian, Gapechi Mutayan, Ogomaganesta, Gapechi Michigan, Nagasko. I like to greet the great Creator, to acknowledge the spiritual grannies and grandpas of this ancestral land, and to tell them I've come in a good way, I come to speak in a good way, and most importantly, I come to pray in a good way. Kinawaga taigote, mingwesh kapechi, nagishkati aknagaskauta. I just wanted to greet all of you that come to meet here this morning and thank you for being here. I've come from a place called Pitabego in my language, and Fort Albany. The English and French call it Fort Albany. Ogamagan the motion Anigana chick nesta. Nagachi Quaispugu Gatu Tamakanama. I'd also like to greet and bring greetings from my grannies and grandpas, and also pray for the leadership that they be well, they do well. Ginawa Kataikande Miskanagat Anochitachik. I just wanted to greet the chiefs from our area, from that area where they're building the roads. It's a change. Anege, province of Ontario, Anega Niganet Ford. Just to pray for the province of Ontario to work with us and to look after our land. Anage Nagawe Taski, our Mother Earth. Ogamaganasa Taskino, also our land. It's precious to us. I ask that the government of Ontario recognize all communities within that area, because we're a family. Ogamaganesta also to look after our children, our new ones. You have to be acknowledged, the leadership, for going into this. I know it's hard, it's difficult, but you're trying to do it for the benefit of our people. In ceremony, I always think of you people, of you folks, because whatever happens down there affects us wherever we're at. I hope, I pray that we can all work together to make sure that such benefits come to everyone. I also ask that the province of Ontario includes everybody. And enough of this talk about enough is enough, we're fed up and all this stuff. That doesn't conduce good relations. So I pray for that Premier, that he be inclusive and says we must, and start saying we must work together. And that will reach the people of Ontario. Because, I don't know if you read lately, but the statements that has been made almost come to the border of racism. And we don't want that. None of us want that. I want our families, our children, our youth to benefit from what's all going to happen. It's going to change our lives. The road, it will change. And we will get ready for it. We're a resilient people. Very resilient. That's why I'm so proud to stand in front of you today and for the invite. We're going to have this road come in, and we're going to make it work so we can gain the goodness of us and let the negativity set aside. This morning I told the group in the main area, kind of feel sad today because hatred seems to be dominating the world. Ukraine, Middle East, the United States, everywhere. I hope it doesn't seep into this convention or into this, our country. I hope, I pray each day that we stand up as a people. One of the greatest fears I have is that the silent people will be too silent. I want people to stand up and say, we don't want that. They always say the silent people are the majority. That's the problem. They're the majority, but they're too damn silent. They have to stand up and help us. You know, we have the land we have to worry about because it sustains us. We have to deal with the air. We have to deal with the water. And so on and so on. It's all here. I think the road can bring a lot of good. It can lead us from the holistic poverty we're living now. And when I talk about poverty, I just don't talk about material, but I talk about your mental, emotional, physical, spiritual. Our children, and I believe they will be in a better position to help us. Have yourselves a good day and enjoy this conference. And I'm so pleased they have youth ambassadors here this year. That's something I've been talking about for a while. It's nice to see them. I hope we need them. We need them. And to your chiefs that are here, I wish you well. You have a tough job. Very tough job. And keep well. Keep leading us in a good way. Miigwech Atan. Miigwech Misway. It's a little one. You look after yourself.
Chimigwech for starting us off in a really good way and in a very beautiful way. I'd like to call up Chief Bruce Achinipaniskum to provide some opening remarks.
Good morning. Thanks for attending our Tree Roads presentation today at PDAC. Nin Chief Bruce Achinipaniskum Diznakas, most Dutam, Martin Falls First Nation, Donji. I'm Bruce Achinipaniskum, Chief Martin Falls First Nation. I'm glad you're here today attending our Tree Roads presentation. And I just wanted to say we're today acknowledge the land we're standing on, Mississauga's a new credit and under First Nations that have come to live in this area. Haudenosaunee and other nations that have been welcomed into this area. And also the settler populations that have come to grow and thrive in this land. I'm glad to be here in Toronto this morning giving the opening comments for the Tree Roads presentation. And I'm very happy to see all of you come out and have an interest in what we're doing up north. As you may know, Martin Falls has taken the lead in the past 10 years on development in our territory, starting from exploration to road development to land management. We're right in the mix of all that, and it's extremely exciting for our First Nation. In the past, it wasn't always that great. We weren't invited to the tables to be part of any sort of development in our area, and that didn't do us any good. It just remained, it kept on going with the status quo. As you may have heard, and status quo is not always great for First Nations, being alienated from their traditional lands and and subjected to programs and policies mainly from Indigenous Services Canada. And as you've heard in the news today, it's still ongoing. Even Martin Falls is subject to that. As in the past few years, we declared a state of emergency a number of times on infrastructure in our community. Infrastructure that's supposed to be provided by Crown governments, Indigenous Services Canada mainly, responsible for settlements, reserves, like Martin Falls. But today, we turn the page on that and hope, for a better future for our young ones, our youth, our members, and that's why we're in this today. We're leading the charge on our roads projects: Martin Falls Community Access Road, Northern Road Link, and also supporting Webequie First Nation on the Webequie Supply Road. And it's a great time for us to be asked to the table and demand that seat at the table and be part of what's happening in the north. As you may have heard in the news recently, critical minerals is needed in the world today. Canada has that leverage with critical minerals in our backyards, in our traditional territories. So, we won't be put on the sidelines anymore. We demand that, we are there at the forefront of all these talks, even with critical minerals. So, we have a great team led by Kazim Siddiq, Michael Fox, Lawrence Baxter, my Councillor Bob Baxter, Councillor Robert Munoz is here, and some of our staff people like Kathy Brady, in charge of our lands and resources development. So, we come down here today to give news of our road developments, where they're at, and let the general public know that we're moving along. Martin Falls Community Access Road in itself has another year to complete the EA, and from there, we're going to be looking to close that off and ask the minister to review it. From there, we hope to start construction on Martin Falls Community Access Road, and all the while continuing concurrently with the road on the Northern Road Link, and also Webequie taking the lead on the Webequie Supply Road, which I'm sure they will speak of also. So, it's something else to keep on going and be here today and let you know of our developments. It's a great honor for me to be here. And I do it on behalf of our members, our council, who has been truly supportive of everything that we're doing. And it's not only an opportunity for us to tell everybody where we are, but tell of our story, and we've done that in the past with the help of Tony McGuire and his production company. We have a video out there. You can see him in the back there raising his hand and ask him about it. We have a great documentary out there on why we were building the road today we're trying to ship in lumber, building supplies to build more projects in our community. And it's something to see at times, seeing a transport running through the muskeg on ice roads and on top of 30 inches of ice, And at times, many times, I hope that I pray that these drivers, courageous drivers that haul our stuff, don't fall through. And we've been hauling all sorts of stuff, petroleum, building products, large steel beams, and all that. You can't fly in, and it's prohibitive to bring in by air. So we do need access in the north with community access roads. Other First Nations are already on the path to also looking for road access. Our brothers, sisters to the west of us are starting on that and have made inroads, and no pun intended, inroads with their quest for all-weather roads into their regions. Like the elder says here, and I thank him for his prayers, it's not only about roads for communities, it's about raising the quality of life for our members. That's extremely important for all our members that are affected by mining development. We wish for them to be part of it, to gain those jobs and get training for those jobs, to actually be employed in all those large projects in the future, be employed in mining. All too often, we were subjected to being the laborers of these large projects, but we have to be more than laborers. We have to be management, senior management, directors of these companies that are going to be running these projects, and that's our vision for Martin Falls. Not to follow, but to lead in these large projects. And I invite all First Nations in our region to be a part of that. We've always been inclusive, and that's been part of our one of our the things that we set at the beginning. We wanted to set the bar high for our EAs. We wanted to be inclusive to all First Nations and reach that handout to our neighboring First Nations to be part of what we're doing. And the reason why we're doing this is it's our territory. We're there. We've always been there. Who else better to lead development other than the people in their own territory? Thank you. But, a little bit premature, I wasn't finished my speech. But anyway, I want to thank you all for coming out, and feel free to ask questions. And we got some great people here that have been working on these projects for a long time. Thank you very much.
Chimiigwech, Chief, I really appreciated your pun about the inroads because I have another one. I think it's so great that First Nations are sitting in the driver's seats of these projects as proponents. So I'd like to call up Michael Fox to the podium to speak on behalf of Webakwe, as Chief Cornelius is running a bit late today and he won't arrive till this afternoon. And Michael Fox is from Indigenous and Community Engagement.
Thank you. And thanks for the elder for the opening prayer and comments, as well as Chief Bruce. Chief Cornelius is en route on a plane, so he couldn't get a plane yesterday or this morning to be here on time. But we do have councillors. We have Leonard Beervoot here, Selena, and Tyler. If you wanted to raise your hand up so they know who you are. These are 3 elected councils from Webakwe. We also have Gwen Wabas, the Economic Development Officer, in the back as well. And others are coming on that plane from Webakwe. I think what's important here is that there's 2 other processes involved here. There's the provincial environmental impact assessment, as well as the federal impact assessment. And there's a set of principles you have to follow with those processes. But there's also an Indigenous process. And for Webakwe and Martin Falls, as they collaborate on the third project, there are principles that shape the governance, that shape the actual routing of the roads, and shape the participation on the process, which is what they guided by the principles. So there's the three-tier model that Webakwe follows as part of their Indigenous worldviews, and it's deep. I can't explain it in a few sentences, but it takes a while to fully understand, the sort of their cosmology and how they see the world and where the road fits within that cosmology. And Martin Falls as well has a set of principles, and we kind of combine them with the federal principles, the provincial principles, as well as the community's principles, as they embark on this enterprise of looking at a very comprehensive set of studies. In fact, I would argue that it's probably the most extensive, most expensive set of studies ever done in that region. And because why? I hear you cry. Because it's Indigenous-led, it's their homelands. And if there's anybody that's going to protect that area, it's going to be those communities. No NGOs, no other external parties are going to protect their own homelands. 17 kilometers of Webakwe Supply Road is actually on reserve. So there's a reason why it's Indigenous-led. And the Indigenous knowledge, the Indigenous participation actually shape the routing of the roads. So, which is the federal, provincial regulators have a tough time understanding that, because usually it's some third-party proponent that slaps a line on a map and said, this is how we're going to build, and then it gets kind of rejigged from there. That's not the case with the two communities. A lot of thought, a lot of participation was put through where the proposed routes would be. So it wasn't the most technical, most economic considerations that were involved. It was actually Indigenous land use, utilization patterns, IK. In fact, the fastest route for Webakwe was a north-south down to the proposed Noront Road. However, there were sacred mounts around that road, and the elders said, no, don't do that. You're not going that way. And that's why it's squiggly, like spaghetti, because it was guided by the community participation, which is different again from a third party trying to come along with a proposed project and the footprint. I think what's clear too, that what's fundamental in this is that they're trying to make an informed decision. In order to make an informed decision, you have to generate information. And so the baseline studies that we're doing, the modeling that they're doing around that is to inform the process. Webakwe doesn't know whether or not the benefits associated with this outweighs the impacts yet. And the only way you can make that decision is by embarking on those studies. How is it going to impact the caribou? How is it going to impact the water? How is it going to impact the wildlife, the vegetation, the birds, all those things that they view are most important. And so the only way you learn and make informed decisions is actually embarking on those studies. So I'll say it again, because it's so key. The reason they're doing this is that they need to generate the information to make informed decisions. So how do you generate the information? Well, in this case, it's an Indigenous-led set of studies. So once those studies are done, then they can take that into consideration in the larger decision-making process. And it's not, these are very smart people. We got Lawrence Baxter that worked for the Ministry of Environment for Ontario for, I think, most of your life, if I can recall. He's sitting right in the back there. 30 plus years with the Ministry of Environment of Ontario. That's street cred. Bob Baxter and, is it Bob Baxter? Sorry, sorry, Bob and Robert Munias, seasoned police officers. They're not like, when there's something on their mind, they say it. To their own leadership, to the regulators, to others. The folks in Webakwe, they're professionals in their own right. Costin and I are only technical leads. On top is a working group that we report to, and the working group reports to the chief and council. All we do is execute. We look for advice, direction, if there's issues or political or negotiation stuff that's happening up here. But at the end of the day, when it comes to the roads, all we're doing is executing the direction of the community. And that's super clear. And we're both ambitious people. We want to see these roads done. And we hope the new government will find a better, I would say, regulatory pathway so that the speed bumps that we're seeing now gets eliminated. So welcome everybody on behalf of Chief Cornelius, who will be here today, later today, and we'll be here tomorrow as well when we have an open house. Be great.
We're going to have project updates from all 3 road projects, and by the way, we'll be answering questions following the presentations, and I will be inviting Michael, Cossum, and Chief Bruce to the table to answer any questions that you might have. So first up, we have Martin Falls Community Access Road presentation, and that will be by Cossum Sadiq with Suslop. Cossum, if you will come to the podium. Let's get it for Cossum.
Thank you. Morning, everyone. Miigwech, thank you so much. First of all, for joining us on this beautiful Sunday morning. You know, I've got to say that PDAC's humming this year because Sundays are typically dead. And as you look around this room, you can tell that this isn't dead. So I'm glad to see that there's a bit of a pulse back here at PDAC, which is fantastic. So I'm very excited to sort of provide an update on the Martin Falls Community Access Road because we're entering the final stretch. We are starting the review process of the draft reports. As Michael very eloquently sort of described the process and the reason for the process. You know, it's taken us a number of years. The project started in 2018, and then, of course, COVID happened in the middle. But we've been collecting data and consulting and collecting data again and consulting since then, around the clock. And it's brought us to the point that we are at today to be able to say, hey, the draft reports are coming out, and it's a very exciting milestone for us. So that's the main update that we want to provide. Before I do that, just quickly want to introduce the project team that's here. Thank you, Chief, for those remarks on the purpose of the road, which really I think helps set the stage for the presentation, but also introducing the team. Want to start by recognizing Lawrence Baxter, who's sitting in the back. I think Michael just did that. He's our senior community member, advisor, and an integral part of the project team leading the entire process, as is Bob Baxter. Both bring a remarkable amount of experience from their professional lives, but also from their lived experience, the knowledge that they bring from the community's perspective, the knowledge they bring off the land, to be able to say that, you know, this is an undeveloped part of Northern Ontario, and it needs to be developed in a way that's aligned with the community's interests, values, their inherent rights, and their need to protect the land and their values. So very fortunate that this project is enabled by that lens. And then apart from that, I'm responsible as the project director for ensuring that the project is executed, the milestones are met. I'm joined by Jennifer Bruin, who's our technical advisor here in the room as well, along with Joanne Wang and Nikki Angeles, both from AECOM. So they're both in the room after we're done with the Q&A sessions. We'll have sort of an open house style opportunity for people to come back, ask questions, engage with the team. If you've got any questions, technical or otherwise, happy to talk about that for the rest of the day as well. So in terms of the agenda, the main idea is that we want to provide an update on the release of these draft reports. Very excited for the opportunity to come to PDAC. Our main interest is that, a majority, if not all the communities that we're consulting with, come to PDAC. And that's the wonderful thing about PDAC, that in my world at least, the entire world comes to PDAC. So it's a fantastic opportunity to be able to showcase the report to those, but also to industry that has a lot of interest in this project and the other two projects as well. So we'll do that. We'll talk a little bit about what the road looks like right now and what the process for review and development of the project going forward is. Before I continue with the rest of the presentation, I'm actually going to invite Councillor Bob Baxter to come and sort of talk about the community access road and why it was required, why it was needed. So Bob, if I can have you up here.
He always does that to me. Anyway, good morning. Thank you all for coming. My name is Bob Baxter, and I'm one of the councillors from Martin Falls First Nations. And I'm involved in the land use planning for Martin Falls, also the all-season road project for the Martin Falls First Nation. Anyway, just so you know a little bit about me, I'm getting up there to an age and going to hit 77 here this summer, and so I've been around a few years. So I know the conditions of the north, how we lived up there. I trapped in the 1960s, and I know most of the rivers that are going to be crossed, like the Ogoki River, the Albany River, and the Attawapscut River. I know those areas where they're gonna propose to, where they're gonna put the bridges to cross those big rivers. But ever since I can remember, Martin Falls First Nation always wanted an access road to the main highway to reduce the cost of living and just to get ahead on the well-being of the community itself. When you're in a remote community like Martin Falls that have no roads, there's a lot of negative effects that come with it, along with the positive. But I'd like to talk about the challenges that we face every day. Is just that remoteness of not being able to come out when you choose to. That freedom of movement to go wherever you want to go, if you want to go down to the big cities to purchase big items and stuff like that, which is not available. And the dangers it puts our members, especially people with medical issues that want to come out to the, come out for medical treatment, and they can't come out because due to weather conditions, and the planes can't fly. And, these kind of things. And, just to generate that well-being for our community members. And I think a lot of it, too, has to do with the mental, I call them mental, I guess, attitudes of, the reason I said that is because talking to a member of one remote First Nations that finally had access road to their community, I asked him how it was, how it was working. Aside from the negative effects like, increased drugs in the communities and stuff like that, one of the things that really interested me was what he saw as the improvement in the mental state of the community members when they could go out freely out of their community. It brought down the stats of mental their mental health of those people, which was very interesting to me at that time. And I think I can relate to that because if I go to Martin, I live in Thunder Bay, but I go up to Martin Falls for meetings and stuff like that. And sometimes the aircrafts are overbooked because they can't all fit people in those planes, and so some of us have to stay behind sometimes. Stuff like that. It puts sort of a mental exhaustion on you when that happens, and I think that's what we're talking about. Plus the families that can't get their loved ones out for medical emergencies and stuff like that. So I hope this road will bring, benefits for our community. And like it was said, we're not just going to open the road up and just say, okay, here we go. Like I've been involved with the EA and the impact statement that we have to surpass with the province and feds. But the most important part of that to me is the collecting of our indigenous knowledge that paves the way that the road that road's going to take. Our community access road, I'm not talking about the Northern Link Road. I'm talking about the Martin Falls Community Access Road, which is, to me, is the foremost project I like to see go into the community. And whatever comes after that will come. But it's really crucial that we have our road into our community to, like I said, for the well-being of the members. So it's going to be about 190 kilometers of road from Painter Lake, just north of Arland First Nations, that we're looking at. And with that indigenous knowledge that we had, working with the government, with the contractors, we had to move that road selections a few times due to the knowledge that the members had of the land, where there could be burial grounds or old campsites and stuff like that. So, and I hope that we get to see that road built, like Chief Bruce was saying. Our EA is going to be finished this year, and the next year is going to be up for review by the government, and hopefully by that time the construction will start. Thank you.
Miigwech, Bob, thank you so much for taking us through the process of how we got to the preferred route, and to confirm that it's the preferred corridors are 2-lane gravel road. It's going to include quarries, borrow pits, aggregate sources. There's a number of water crossings and bridges associated with the infrastructure, as well as we're going to require a number of temporary access roads, as well as camps for construction. In terms of the technical studies conducted, we grouped them together in 5 different study areas. Of course, from our perspective as an Indigenous proponent, the most important one was Indigenous knowledge. And I think Bob really explained it eloquently as to why it was so important, because fundamentally, the decisions on where the road can and can't go, those decisions are really taken from that lens. Then we studied water, and that's an amalgamation of a number of different areas around water. Land, again, a number of different areas associated with land, such as birds, soils, ungulates, vegetation, wildlife. People studies are a big portion of the work that we've done, whether that's sort of socioeconomic impact, human health, socio-community, cultural heritage, archaeology. Then, of course, we considered engineering and costs associated with the development of the road to make our decision. Selecting a preferred route was a bit of a process. We started with 4 alternatives, 4 different ways to go. And based on feedback from Martin Falls First Nation, we brought it down to 2 alternatives, which are Alternative 1 and Alternative 4. And those 2 alternatives left us with 3 segments that we could compare. So in the south, towards Arrowland First Nation, we have our segment 1, which crosses the Agoki River, segment 2, which crosses the Albany, and then the final segment, which goes north and then east into Martin Falls First Nation. So we had to compare these, and we did that based on all the different studies that I just talked about. But ultimately, the decision was based on community values, it was based on community feedback, community consultation to ensure that we're not building the road anywhere where A, it's not supposed to be, and B, we're building it somewhere which is considered ideal when you start to balance both the technical needs as well as the needs of the First Nation as well. And that is how we've ended up with the preferred road that's shown in this map. For those of you who don't know the project, it connects through existing forestry roads to the provincial highway network at Highway 643, goes up north, crosses the Agoki, then the Albany, into Martin Falls First Nation. The next road projects would connect into this road. So as Bob said, this is a fundamentally pivotal project for the development of the roads going up to the Ring of Fire. Without this road, Northern Road Link doesn't really happen. So that's why it's as fundamental as it is. And last year in August, we got a band council resolution in Martin Falls in support of this preferred to ensure that we've crossed all T's and dotted all I's with the process. The process we're conducting, as Michael explained, is both the provincial environmental assessment as well as the federal impact assessment. So we're subject to the most robust regulatory process available in the nation. The draft reports that are coming out consist of 3 things. We've got plain language assessment summaries. We've got our draft technical report. So the 5 study areas that I talked about and all the different reports within that, they all have their own individual reports. And members of our team here would be happy to talk about any aspect of that. If you have an interest in water or something else, we'd be delighted to chat more about that. And then the draft record of consultation and engagement with interested persons is included in the draft. The draft became available on February 18th. It is going to be available for a total of 120 days. And this is a voluntary process for us. We're not required to do this, but we're doing it voluntarily. For the first 60 days, it's only available to Indigenous nations, and then it becomes available to the general public and regulators as well. So before we release the report, as you can see in that picture, the team flew up to Martin Falls on the 12th of February. That's really the first time the full report was printed, and we took that printing up to Martin Falls and we delivered it in the community. And yes, it does look that big. It is a very significant document. We've spent years compiling that report, so there's a lot to go through. But the great thing is that we've got these fantastic summaries that capture the main decision points, the main findings, which are, we believe, very accessible. But if you have interest in really going through the in-depth report, the EAIS report is the main document that you want to concern yourself with. Once you've read that, then, depending on your interest, you might want to read the technical reports which support the findings within that draft. So in terms of the review process, just a bit of a busy slide, but focus on the dates in the middle. In November, we released one of our milestone reports, which is a requirement of us to release consultation reports. We did that back in November. February 18th, we've released the draft reports primarily to Indigenous communities right now. They have a full 120 days. The first 60 are dedicated only for them. After that, the report becomes available on the 22nd of April to the general public. The review goes on till the 23rd of June of these initial draft reports. In the summer, based on the consultation and engagement, we're hoping to have conversations with communities and interested people throughout the process. So we'll compile the full consultation record based on that, and we'll release that in summer of 2025. And we're expecting quite a lot of feedback. Just on the draft report, the draft tour, we've received a couple of thousand comments. So if you can imagine, it's a large report. We expect to receive a few thousand comments. We have to reflect on them. We have to respond to them. And we have to incorporate them into the draft. Then we get our final report, which, based on the amount of feedback we get, would be released in either fall or winter of 2025, 2026 to the regulators. So we are really still interested in hearing from you because, as I said, we still have the process of going from the draft to the final, which means there's a lot of opportunity for input, for feedback, for making sure that the project is further fine-tuned. So we're excited to continue that process and excited to continue that conversation. In terms of ongoing engagement and consultation, we're available over the next 120 days for direct individual First Nation conversations or with interested parties and with the general public. We will have open houses in Geraldton and in Thunder Bay in the spring of 2025 before the review period is done. The draft report review ends on the 23rd of June, and like I've said, the final becomes available by the end of this year. This is how you get in touch with us, both our email address or by phone. And the website has additional information about the project, as well as all background information and reports coming up to now. Miigwech, we have Q&A, I believe, Jen, at the end, right? Okay, great. And this is it for me.
That's it for you?
Great. Thanks.
You got full hands. Chimigwech, Cossum, and Bob. It's nice to see that there's a 120-day review period, especially for Indigenous communities, because it takes time to review a lot of things, because we need to not only talk at that First Nation level, but also with our families, and that's an understanding that I have as an Anishinaabe from Henvey Inlet First Nation. We've had projects there, and it's really important to talk at our kitchen tables with all of our family members about what's coming and happening in our territories and our lands. So next, I'm going to call Don Parkinson to the front. He is a senior engagement consultant with Atkins Realis. And Don and I work together quite often on the Northern Road Link, and we do live streams together as well as radio shows. So I have to put a plug in there. Tuesday afternoons, Don and I talk about Northern Road Link. So here's Don, and he's going to provide you with an update for the Webequie Supply Road. Take it away, Don.
Miigwech, Jen, and good morning, everyone. As Jen said, we've been working on this project for a while, for about 7 years now. I've been involved in it since its outset. So we're almost at the same point the Martin Falls Community Access Road is at. And I'll explain that towards the end. So our document will be released shortly. We're just doing some final touches to it. So let's give you a brief update on the project, some background. 3 main purposes for the Webequie Supply Road is to move materials from the airport in Webequie to the Ring of Fire area. Of course, providing local employment and economic development opportunities to Webequie, allowing their community members to remain in community while working on these projects, and then providing an experience and training opportunities for youth to encourage them to extend their education. In terms of the actual project, the planned project is planned to be 107 kilometers in length, extending from the airport in Webequie to the southeast, to just east of Webequie, or just east of the Muckatai River in the McFalls Lake area. 17 kilometers of the road, as planned, would sit on reserve lands, and the final corridor width or right-of-way is planned to be 35 meters. There would be 6 major water body crossings, the largest of which would be that of the Winnisk Lake, which would be a span of about 200 to 250 meters. And that would be leaving from the island that the settlement of Webequie sits on, going east to the mainland. Of course, it's more than just a 2-lane road. There are other ancillary facilities, infrastructure components that are both temporary and permanent. The plan is to have 4 construction camps along the route. These would all be temporary. Associated with each would be laydown areas, storage and laydown areas. And then there would be 2, the plan is to have 2 pit quarry areas, one large one which sits mainly on Webequie Reserve lands in the extreme southeast of Webequie Reserve, and then another one northeast of there in the Winniskissis Channel area. This map, I know it's hard to see, shows the different camp locations and then if you might be able to see these pink areas, salmon-colored areas. The larger one is the southeast corner. That would be the main pit or quarry area, and the 2 pits and quarries would basically service the road for its planned lifespan, which is about 75 years. And just to give everyone a context here, there are 3 all-season road projects. These are the ones we're talking about today. The Webequie Supply Road is the northernmost one. So it ends in the McFalls Lake area in the Ring of Fire, sort of the heart of the Ring of Fire. Then it would connect with the northern end of the Northern Road Link, which then extends south to connect with the Martin Falls Community Access Road, and then with 2 other upgraded resource roads, and then ultimately to the highway. So you probably hear about the regional assessment process. This is just so everyone knows, this is a federal process which initiated well after our environmental assessment began. It's a separate process, again, overseen by IAC, by the federal government, and we participate and contribute to it, but it's really not a process that we're directly involved in. In terms of engagement and consultation, Jen talked about these live streams and radio shows and other kinds of things that we've been doing. We've been trying to take different approaches. COVID triggered a lot of these different approaches, given the fact that we couldn't go to communities in person. So we've been doing what we think are some interesting different ways of trying to educate community members and involve them in our project by doing a little bit more informal kinds of, I guess, edutainment is what we call it, Jen? Infotainment, yeah. Edutainment, infotainment. So we've been trying these different approaches. We think they've been fairly effective. I mean, my best way of judging it is by when we go to communities, listening to the questions that we get now versus the questions we got, let's say, 7 years ago. And the questions we get now are very informed questions. People are clearly aware of the process and how comprehensive it is. So we feel that these innovative methods have helped communicate the project and help people understand both the federal and provincial processes. So in terms of some of the themes of the feedback we've received, we received over 1,000 comments on our terms of reference and many comments again since then. And the themes here probably are not surprising to any of you. One of the top ones is the road ownership and policing, which is out of our scope, but having done all-season road projects for over 10 years, this is the biggest concern. And in the north, with remote communities, this is the biggest concern, I would say. So this is something that needs to be discussed going forward. There's concern about, and it ties in with some of our other themes here about more drugs and alcohol, right? Increased accessibility to the communities, over harvesting due to more access from people in the south. There's cumulative effects, that's a concern. Commercial job opportunities is something we've heard a lot of feedback on, which is great. Climate change is always a major concern. In Webequie, there's the opportunity to perhaps sell gravel and rock to build the road, treaty rights, of course, and then, as I mentioned, worries about drugs and alcohol through increased access. So where are we now in the project? Well, we're right on the cusp of releasing our draft environmental assessment report or impact statement. Right now, we're finalizing that document, and we're going to twin it with a plain language summary, which will be much shorter, and we hope will help community members get a better idea of the content and point them to the areas in the report that they can focus on if they have particular interest. So we're putting that together now. The plan is to translate it to Ojibwe and Cree, and so that it just takes some time to be able to do that effectively and communicate the information that needs to be communicated in a way that's translatable in those languages. And again, as Qasim was talking about, the idea is to get it to communities in advance for review for 60 days, and then there would be the 60 days by the larger public stakeholders and Indigenous communities. So this project, this report will identify potential effects of the project. In terms of the decision-making project at the Ontario end, it gets submitted. The minister ultimately makes a decision whether to approve the project with conditions, which is typical, or refuse to approve the project at all. Then on the Canada side, there's an impact assessment report that's created from the impact statement, and then it goes again through a similar type of process as well. And then last but not least, Webequie has their own decision-making to make on this project. So they'll talk amongst themselves as a community. They've been talking all along, obviously through this process, but they will come to a final decision as to whether they want this project to go ahead. So after the environmental or impact assessment approval, one thing that we have found over the last few years is that many community members think that once the approval's given, then there isn't much oversight after that, and that couldn't be further from the case. There's a lot of there's compliance. There's many other permits that go on for extended periods of time. Sometimes, depending on the conditions that are determined, that are agreed upon between the government and the proponents, could be very extended periods of time. So this just talks about the compliance monitoring, whether the project is meeting the commitments, and then the effects monitoring, which basically looks to see whether the potential effects are as predicted, and if they're extending beyond maybe what was predicted, and then action would be taken from there. So there are those safeguards in the process there. So back to what I was talking about before, when we release our environmental assessment report, there will be this plain language summary. We're going to be releasing some learning tools as well too with it, with some videos. We're just working on putting those together now. And the idea is to help community members, to reduce the barriers to community members, to try to take that technical jargon and break it down more to the point where if they see something that they really want to focus on, then they can delve deeper in the full document, because the full document will be well over 1,000 pages with many appendices as well. So we're just, as I mentioned, just on the cusp of releasing that. And in terms of the schedule, we're going through right now we're going to soon be doing the review of the draft EAR. And then the hope is that decisions will come in 2026. That's the plan right now. So that's all from me, Jen.
Chimigwech, Don. So I have two favorite things here. That 120-day review process, which is really important. And the other thing is having that EA document broken down into plain language summaries, because you can imagine 1,000 pages, that's a lot to read for anybody, and it's the size of a tome with a lot of technical language in there. And I also appreciate that these will be translated into Ojibwe and Cree so that everybody can have a look at that, read those things, digest them, and be able to ask really important questions to the folks who are working on these projects. So now we are going to hear an update from the Northern Road Link project, and we're going to bring up here Ange Brooks, who is the Senior Ecologist and Technical Lead for Northern Road Link. And then standing by is Michelle Nasir, and she's going to talk to you about the Indigenous Knowledge Program along with the Aboriginal Treaty Rights and Interests. All right, Ange?
Thank you, Jen. How does this work? How do we switch slides? Which one? Oh, this one? Okay. All right, so what are we going to talk about today? A couple of things. I want to talk to you guys about the study plans, the Attawapskat River proposed crossings, a little blurb about the cumulative effects, and then Michelle will talk to you about Indigenous knowledge and Aboriginal treaty rights and interest. So just to give you a brief background about the project, it's a proposed all-season multi-purpose road in Northern Ontario. It's going to link Martin Falls Community Access Road and the Webequie Supply Road, and ultimately terminus in the McFalls Lake area. Martin Falls First Nation and Webequie First Nation are the proponents of the project. And this will also provide an opportunity for Webequie First Nation to connect to the all-season highway network. This is a little blurb about our project team. Mike Fox already spoke a little bit about it. At the top, we have Martin Falls First Nation and Webequie First Nation Chief and Council, as well as the community members. We have the working group, which is made up of 2 members from Martin Falls, Lawrence Baxter and Alana Downey Baxter, and from Webequie we have Roy Spence and Gordon Wabas. The bottom left is the project co-leads, which is Mike and Qasim, and then the bottom right are all the technical experts working on the project. This is another map showing the 3 road projects. Dawn previously showed a similar map with Webequie at the north, Martin Falls Community Access Road at the south, and then the Northern Road Link linking the 2 other roads. All right, so the study plans, what are they? Well, the study plans are key components of the project, and they are a requirement from the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks as part of our approved terms of reference. They're basically documents that's outlining the methods of how we will assess the potential impacts of the project. Included in these study plans is a summary of our baseline data collection, the methods, not the actual results of the baseline, how we're going to analyze that data, our predictive modeling, and the effects assessment scoping, how we will do actually the impact assessment of the project. So these study plans have been prepared and shared with MECP for review. And study plan fact sheets, it says that they are available here, but they are not actually available here. You can find them on the NRL website. Okay, the next thing I want to talk about is the alternative Attawapskat River crossings. So on this map, you can see that we have 3 alternative crossings. I'll start on the left side, on the upstream side. We had our original westerly crossing that was going over some fish spawning areas. And based on consultation with the communities, they expressed some concern about the crossing at that location. So we went back to the drawing board and we moved the river crossing further downstream to take it out of that sensitive habitat. And then on the easterly crossing, let me switch to the next one. We had, you can see this map at the top blue line. That was the original crossing location, and again, in consultation with the communities, they asked us to shift the crossing a little bit further downstream to have a further distance away from that little set of 3 islands up at the top of the drawing. That's an important moose concentration area, and they were just concerned about the proximity of the road to that. So we listened and we shifted it down as far as we could. Now, this is a map of our alternative corridors. There's currently 12 alternative corridor segments. Each one of these alternatives is 2 kilometers wide, so that we can move within that 2 kilometer wide corridor. We're currently assessing. We're in the alternatives assessment phase of the project at the moment. Now, what is our approach to the alternatives assessment? And some people ask, what is an alternatives assessment? And it's basically a comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of these different segment options. And the project team uses a computer software tool to analyze the data that we're inputting in to figure out which one of these alternatives is the best, if you will, which has the fewest number of disadvantages. So how do we go about analyzing all of the data? So we input the data at the top, we assign scoring and weighting, we build the model, and then we run the model. And we're right now right in that center region where we're getting preliminary outputs. And based on that output, we're refining the data that we're putting in, and we're going to rerun the model. We don't have results yet to show you because we're still going through that process, but we will have the results shortly. And in the alternatives assessment, there's all kinds of technical terms that we talk about. We have factors, criteria, indicators, data sets, weightings, and scoring. And what is all of those? What do they all mean? Well, the factors fall under 5 main umbrellas. Valued components, basically, is what they are. Our 5 main factors are Indigenous land use and interest, the natural environment, socioeconomic environment, physical environment, and technical considerations. Now, with this one, you can see that so far we have just applied a straight 20% weighting for each factor at the moment. Once we start refining our data and having different inputs, we plan on having, we're going to switch up the weighting. And this is where we need input from the communities and other stakeholders to help us make the decision of which of the factors is more important to apply more weighting. For example, is the cost of the road the most important? And if that's what is determined, then we would apply higher weighting to that. Or perhaps, the community say, no, our Indigenous land use and interests are more important, so then we apply higher weighting to that. It's that kind of back and forth until we get to how we want to actually analyze it. So this is just a further example, broken down a little bit more. So one of the factors was biological environment. A couple of the criteria are moose and fish habitat. And then those criteria are further broken down into, for example, moose, area of winter habitat, and area of aquatic feeding habitat. So you can see within the alternatives assessment model, we have to input numerical data. It can't just be subjective data. It can't just be that, well, we like this area better than that. We have to assign a number to it in order for it to work within the model. And under fish and fish habitat, it's area of water bodies impacted, or number of streams crossed, and areas of high sensitivity habitat impacted. Under Indigenous land use and interest, I just added, for example, area of caribou habitat impacted, number of hunting and fishing cabins or camps impacted, and areas of plant harvesting or gathering sites impacted. So you can see there's a lot of information that goes into the alternatives assessment. All right, now moving on to the cumulative effects assessment, we are not quite there yet because we are a few years behind MFCAR and WSR, but we wanted just to kind of give you a little blurb about what the actual cumulative effects assessment. It's very technical, it's very complicated. I'd highly recommend coming and talking to any of the team members about this if you have further questions, but essentially, what we do in the cumulative effects assessment is look at, it's a combined impact of multiple projects and activities over time and space. So it's not just the Northern Road Link, we'll be looking at MFCAR and WSR, as well as a lot of other projects that have taken place in the wider area. And there's actually one of the boards in that little expo area, if you will. It's one of the MFCAR boards, and it shows the projects that had to be assessed for the cumulative effects assessment, and NRL pretty much has the same projects as MFCAR. So they're all listed there, and you can go and have a look at it. But essentially, what cumulative effects means is we are taking the leftover effects of a project, the effects that can't be mitigated, and then we're looking at those effects together with the past, present, and future projects to assess the effects when they're all combined together. And then that is how we do the cumulative effects assessment, and that's why I mean that it is very complicated and technical. So please come and talk to us if you have any questions. And that's it for me, and I will pass this over to Michelle.
Chimagwech and Anibuzu. My name is Michelle Nasir. I'm with Dillon Consulting, and we're subcontracted to Atkins Realis, providing support on the Northern Road Link project. And specifically, I lead the Indigenous Knowledge Program, as well as the work we're doing on Aboriginal and/or treaty rights and interest assessment work for the environmental assessment, impact assessment on the Northern Road Link project. On this diagram, and I think this has been covered by the earlier projects as well, both Webequie Supply Road and Martin Falls Community Access Road, is that they put their draft environmental assessment reports together. We are further behind. So right now what we're doing is laying out the baseline conditions. And when we're laying out those baseline conditions, what we're looking at is Indigenous knowledge. So we have up there is a basket that shows you that we're looking at Indigenous knowledge from various aspects, but the main two aspects is that we're looking at what existing knowledge base is available to us. And this could be depending on communities and how they've interacted previously with other projects, or how they are working through, collecting and preserving information internally. Those we call our existing Indigenous knowledge and Indigenous land and resource use base. And what we're also doing when that information is not available to us is looking at information that's publicly available that we call desktop. And that is available, that might be out there, that's already been validated with communities, and we're using that information to form our base. So for Indigenous knowledge, we call it Anishinaabeg and Indigenous knowledge here, and it is what is leading the assessment process for Northern Road Link project. And what we also are doing as part of our what I would say our innovative approach is, as part of our Indigenous knowledge program, that we're also doing project-specific studies. So we are providing communities capacity and support to undertake specific information gathering and information sharing that they want to do by laying out our study areas and asking communities to participate by providing us information that they think is important for as we proceed with our assessment. So Bob Baxter, when he was up here earlier, spoke a little bit about how important Indigenous knowledge is forming that base for our baseline conditions. And I also want to add to it a little bit, I can't speak to it better than he could, is that we are also interacting with community members on a one-on-one level when it comes to participating in our field studies. So community members will come out, be our field monitors, and information that they share at that stage as well is part of our baseline conditions, and it forms the work that we're doing. And obviously, all of this information is validated with communities. So for our Indigenous Knowledge program that we're working through at this moment, we are halfway through this program. So we're in the year 2025. So basically what we're doing right now is collaborating with communities where they're willing to share their information. So we have a timeline for this project, and we're hoping that we can stick with it because our aim is to be completed with this process sooner rather than later. Just like how Martin Falls Community Access Road is engaging with communities and providing them an opportunity to review the draft EAR, the Environmental Assessment Report, and how Webequie Supply Road is going to be undertaking the same. Northern Road Link is also going to be following through with that. And as part of that draft EAR report, our hope is that communities collaborate and provide us with Indigenous knowledge that can form the basis of it. Now, this is something that's been covered by the other presenters today, this morning, but I also wanted to just a reminder that when we talk about valued components, and I know when Kasim spoke on it earlier, he spoke about 5 main categories. For us, it's also similar as well. For our Aboriginal and or treaty rights and interest assessment, we're looking at 2 main valued components. Valued components for us are the components of the land that include water, plants, medicines, and species of interest and importance to the communities. So that is our basis of when we're working through our environmental assessment. So for us, for Aboriginal and or treaty rights and interest assessment work, we have 2 main valued components. They're up there at the top, and they're called the Indigenous use of lands and resources, as well as cultural continuity and well-being. Indigenous use of lands and resources more, site-specific information that's related to how communities access the land, how communities use the land, the resources they use. Cultural continuity and well-being is less site-specific. It's more about the experience of being on the land. It talks about the intergenerational transfer of knowledge and information. So that's what we're working through as we proceed with our work on Northern Road Link project. And I just wanted to end by saying that when we're looking at weaving Indigenous knowledge throughout our process, we're not just looking at what forms our baseline conditions, even though that's what I showed you this earlier in these slides. We're also looking at maybe mitigation measures or anything else that the communities want to share with us. And as we move forward, we're asking communities to collaborate with us on not only the work that we're doing here, but also when it comes to project design. So all of those things play a role in how we're working through this. And our aim or our goal is that with our efforts, we can also, continue the conversations that we have with communities as we move forward through our process. So we're here this later on today. We're going to be here around till 3 p.m. To talk about Aboriginal and or treaty rights and interests work. We're also going to be talking about the Indigenous Knowledge Program. So come find me, our team, anybody you'd like to speak to talk about this as well. Chimegwech, thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks.
Miigwech, Michelle, and Ange. So I know you guys have heard updates from the 3 projects. I'm sure you have many, many questions. And so I would like to invite Kasim, Michael, and Chief Bruce up here to sit at the table, and they will answer your questions. And before you have questions, please state your name and your organization and or community so we can record those things for our time here today. And once again, we're going to be here until 3 p.m. today, and tomorrow we'll be here at 10 a.m. and we'll be here until 4, again with an open house, and we have programming in the morning. So Kasim, Michael, Chief Bruce.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. My name's Brian Buss. I'm an independent mining engineer, just interested in following along with the process. So first of all, thanks to our elder today for giving some words of truth today. He stated some things that I think are very honest and open, and we need to continue those conversations. It's all about respect for the different groups, so thank you for that. Also, the groups presenting the open forum today, thank you for that as well. So my question is about specifically the cumulative effects assessment. And is this meant to specifically address issues that might relate to project splitting? And is project splitting still a risk issue for any of the various phases of the project?
Good question. I'll take the project splitting question, and then maybe we could do the cumulative effects. Yeah, that's fine. To what, the stuff you talked about. So, yeah, we've heard that a lot, that this is project splitting. It's based on probably a lack of history, how these projects came about. So with Webakwe, they initially were studying an east-west road to Pickle Lake. So two communities weren't ready to do that yet. They wanted a community road, but not an industrial road. So Webakwe said, okay, well, let's just go east and look at our own road to the proposed site for exploration and mine development. So the Webakwe Supply Road is really, the stated purpose in the terms of reference in the project description is it's an economic development road. The mine really don't need it. It's Webakwe's members that are able to drive there and back, after each shift, rather than staying there for, 2 weeks at a time or 2 weeks out kind of thing. The car project, that's been in the making, as the chief was saying, and Lawrence and Robert, but as far as I remember, 20 plus years, with Chief Eli, stating they wanted a community access road. The Northern Road Link is specific, explicit purpose is the industrial road. And what I'll say is it impacts or implicates the other roads. Right, so the community access road now becomes an industrial road, for the mine, because to get up to the Northern Road Lake. It also implicates WSR as a remote road. Now it's going to get connected to the highway. So it's not project splitting. We try to clarify that all the time. Martin Falls they're going to build their road regardless of a mine or not. They want a road. I'll get the other part of the question.
So to be able to answer the second part, I just have to sort of go back to one premise, which is what's the theory behind this term project splitting? For those of you who sort of are hearing this word and going, okay, that's interesting, 3 different projects, but the roads are connecting. Why are they doing that? So I think Michael's explained that, but what's the theory behind this term project splitting? It's really 2 parts. When someone project splits, they try to achieve 2 things. The first one, they're trying to avoid a regulatory threshold. If I split this up into smaller chunks, I can avoid this big, massive regulatory review. That's the one reason you project split. The other reason you project split is to understate the impacts of the full project. Okay, that's the theory. That's what project splitting is. The question becomes, are we doing that? And the answer, I think, in the room, everyone knows, no, we're not. The first one, are we skipping any regulatory threshold? We're absolutely not. The most comprehensive process applicable in any project in Ontario is an individual EA plus a federal IA simultaneously. All 3 projects are subject to it. If we were a single project, we would still be the same process. So the first one isn't applicable. We're not project splitting. The second one, are we understating the impact of the project? That is the one connected to cumulative impacts, the question that you asked. And there's a poster board right there for the community access road, which has got the inclusion list for cumulative effects and how we are describing the cumulative effect of the 3 projects. Now, we are also coordinating with the projects to ensure we all have access to the full data set available. So I encourage you to look at that list to see that everything under the sun that we could capture at events like this through consultation, we have identified everything that is being planned right now. If we are missing something, we encourage people to come up and tell us about it. We specifically engage on the cumulative effects assessment part of the project to ensure we understand all applicable projects. So all 3 projects are doing that. So we are not able to, through that process, understate the impact of the roads by any means. So I just wanted to sort of talk about it together because it's a linked answer. That the theory of project splitting just isn't applicable, and we're looking at it really holistically. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much, Jim Gwich.
Thank you. Next.
Hi there, my name is Alan Hale. I'm a reporter with the Trillium. It was mentioned earlier that the re-elected government should have a better regulatory process. I believe, Mr. Fox, you've mentioned this. Can you expand on what you mean by that? Like, what exactly do you want to see the newly re-elected government do in terms of these projects? What can they change?
It's a very good question. So right now, it's under both the federal and provincial government, the regulatory regime. So the environmental impact assessment and then the impact assessment for the feds. It's not as coordinated as they say it is. You know, even though they say there's a coordinated EA, it's a pretty disjointed exercise. You know, I think I'll give you one example. Webequie had their own list of communities. It was 8 First Nations communities. They thought that was the core that they should be engaging in. The federal government came up with 10 communities as a list that they have to consult with, and then the provincial government came up with 22. So it makes you wonder, like, well, how's the Crown, both the feds and government, viewing this project, and why is it they're coming up with different lists? So that's what I meant.
Okay. Just one more question. It's been stressed here that no final decision has been made by Martin Falls or Webequie. I think that's fair to say. If once the reports are back, we get an approval from the minister, and Webequie or Martin Falls does decide against one of these roads, how likely is that? And have you gotten any assurances from the province that they will respect that decision or not just build the roads regardless?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. And yes, you know, there's always, we always go back to the community with these large developments, and we have to, you know, that's required of us to go back to our membership and in these aspects of development. It's a given for us, and you know, I wish I could say to you that we'll give you that answer when the time comes, but you know, I'm supposing myself as chief of Martin Falls First Nation, and hearing from our community, do we want progress? Do we want a better quality of life? You know, do we want inclusion on these large projects that are happening in our communities? The answer is yes. You know, that's what I've heard time and time again. I can't speak to the community of Webequie First Nation. They're their own nation. So I heard it time and time again since I've been in community leadership. You know, we are looking for a road. I heard that over and over again. So, you know, when the time comes, you know, I'm pretty sure that our community is going to say yes. Thank you.
Miigwech, do you have a question?
Hi, I'm Nessie Nankawal from the University of Toronto. I wanted to ask about the predictive modeling that's been mentioned throughout the presentation as one of the tactics that you're using in getting ready for this assessment. And I was wondering if you could speak to or share what your methodologies are for predictive modeling, and specifically, what are you modeling? Is it the impacts of the projects themselves, or are we modeling what induced development might look like in the region? Essentially, what is being predicted through this modeling? How is it being done? Yeah, thanks.
Sure. So So we can dig a little deeper into the methodology outside of this Q&A, but at a high level, it's sort of by sort of each valued component, you know. So if you think about climate change, it's about predicting how climate change it happens, predicting that and how it impacts the infrastructure as well, helps you plan around infrastructure resilience. So that predictive modeling helps you sort of improve infrastructure planning. But vice versa, in terms of the impacts that we have on the social aspects of the communities that we're connecting to, the communities that we're engaging with, predictive modeling around economic impacts, absolutely. So it goes by each discipline is what we do, and of course the methodology for each is different. So if you have particular interest in any one specific area or a few, we can talk about that. We have a few sort of subject matter experts in the room. And then we can also, I'd also encourage you to look at the draft technical reports for those areas as well when they're released to the general public. For U of T, for anyone from U of T, you know, you could look at it, I think it's April, mid-April is when they sort of become available to you. So, yeah.
And sir, very brief follow-up. How are you defining the term induced development?
Oh, it depends on the project. So there's 3 different projects applicable. So I just going off of memory in terms of the Martin Falls Community Access Road. I think at a high level, it's a function of if this, then that. So if I had to summarize that, if this project happens, then a few other projects will happen. Without this, they will likely not happen. One of the other things we're also very mindful of is if there's anything that makes those projects real. What I mean by that is there a proponent behind them? Is there any public commitment by any entity, individual, government to sort of lead that project in the future? So there is a threshold within that as well as a qualifier that we're looking for. If someone's just talked about some idea and there's no one backing that idea up, then we don't pick that up. Okay? Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you. You have a question?
Yeah, thank you. Jason Thompson, President and CEO of Superior Strategies and Warrior Engineering. My question is in regards to compliance and monitoring of engagement and capacity building for Indigenous communities and our people. I've been a long-time advocate for the inclusion of our people, as many of you know. I've known Mike for a while. But as an example of this, right, it's through this process, my company, Warrior Engineering, has had an MSA with Atkins Realis for over 2 or 3 years. I've done $0 in revenue relative to that MSA. And we talk about reconciliation, we talk about opportunities, but unless there's consequences for inaction, we're going to continue to get what we get, right? I want to understand what's your plan to ensure that, you know, the people of Martin Falls and people affiliated by this are incorporated within this project are building capacity, because we have to do it now. We can't do it when the tractors are mobbing to the site, right? You know, we hear all this talk of reconciliation and opportunity, and I'm going to, you know, share some words that Chief Joe Muskokoman shared at a recent conference. He says this talk about reconciliation is a mirage, unless there's consequences for inaction, right? Like, I'm just interested to hear what your vision is for the future, because I've seen in one of the slides about, you know, jobs and commercial opportunities. We continuously get overlooked. And, you know, as an example, working on the OPG project out in Darlington, when money gets tight, guess who's the first one kicked to the curb? It's us, right? And we have no recourse to sit there and ask questions or challenge it. And that has to stop. How do we build capacity without, you know, our community members, our youth, need to see people that look like us in order to help motivate them to get out and be more, right? And that's my question, is more around compliance and ensuring that we're getting an opportunity to participate. Because right now we're not. We're fighting, you know, all the time. And that battle gets tiring after a while, right? Miigwech.
Do you want me to start? Yeah. So I can tell, Jason, thanks for your question. And right now, the top priority for Webequay is community readiness, training readiness, and business readiness. How are they going to do that? So without taking too much time here, we're already looking at Class D estimates for construction, looking at the work packages in there. We're probably within a month or so, we're going to do a partnership selection process around those work packages. So construction, camp services, aggregate, heavy equipment, et cetera. And we're going to invite probably invitational, the top firms out there across the country. And then spend like 2 days for each of those selection process. So give it, an hour and a half, give their pitch, their model, their business model, references that they've done this with other communities, and how they're going to include Webequay and the surrounding communities that want to get involved in the pre-construction, construction, and operation and maintenance of this stuff. That takes time. There's an interplay between the community readiness and training, whatever, because you got to have the partner that's going to put forth the training program. And so that's the priority right now, probably the next 4 or 5 months to come up with those things, because we're preparing for the, I don't want to get technical here, the project delivery model. So once the EA is near completion, you got to think about what is that? Is that a design build, design board finance, or progressive model? Like we're in those discussions now, because that dictates how the community gets involved, or it dictates what they have to negotiate. So if it's like a bid package, like say just a design build, finance, or probably just design build, then 17 kilometers that is on reserve. So Webequay is probably going to have to negotiate set asides just for them, Webequay Enterprises. They're not just going to give that away. You know what I mean? Like, so is it 2 RFP packages, in the bid packages that go out there, one for on reserve that has, so it gets pretty sophisticated in how you do that. And it gets pretty sophisticated in how, like from a fairness thing, for Webequay Enterprises. And then what's fair for the other bid packages for their opportunities kind of thing. So it's almost like what I know you're familiar with this. It's like an indigenous design, indigenous participation plan. You know what I mean? So it's not OPG, Hydro One, whatever, creating an indigenous participation, criteria. It's actually First Nations designing their indigenous participation plan when it comes to pre-construction, construction. I'll stop there.
Thank you for that question, Jason. And it has been a concern of ours also. That we need to get our people ready for the projects, and we've been working on those plans in the background. With our tribal council organization, KCETS. For us, KCETS, is an employment training organization based out of Thunder Bay. And they're crucial for the training aspect for our communities, Matwa First Nation communities. And, I think that the focus has to be on overall training for our members and our sister communities out under Matwa, because, Martin Falls is not a big community. We have 900 members in our community. These are large projects that we're talking about. So in economies of scale, we need to bring a focus on training. What has to be done, more has to be done in terms of getting that crucial training that's needed for our members, and it's sequential what's happening out there right now in terms of the projects. Martin Falls Community Access Road is going to be built first. We're going to need heavy equipment training, all the other kind of related training that comes with building a road. So, and as I said before, there's many aspects of construction training, so we're looking into that right now, and we hope that government comes to the table and puts this aspect of development at the forefront. Thank you.
Miigwech. Do you have one more question?
I have a couple more questions if there's nobody else. So it was mentioned by Mr. Parkinson that there is some concern about the ownership and the policing of the Webequie Supply Road. Is there a popular option, a frequently recommended option for both those things? Like, do we want the road to be owned by like Webequie and policed by the OPP, or like what exactly are people asking for in terms of that?
I can speak to that. So it's not OPP up there, it's Anishinaabe-Aski Police Services. There's some communities that have OPP, but where that concern came up in was the idea of what's regulating the road. Is it the Highway Traffic Act? If so, then you need enforcements around that. So who's doing that? So right now, most of the police force is Anishinaabe-Aski Police Services, and or NAPS for short. We spoke to the regional commander, and we spoke to the sergeant in that area, Central Matawa, and he was saying that right now we have a mandate for on reserve up in the remotes. Most people are either unlicensed, unregistered cars, uninsured vehicles right now. If we do this road and we have to enforce it, you got to think about that, the existing on reserve stuff, and then who's going to enforce that? So they needed more resources to enforce Highway Traffic Act off reserve, and so that was a consideration in the overall scheme, like, well, you know, in terms of the operating maintenance. What was your second question? I'm sorry.
Oh, it was, I think you've pretty much covered it.
Yeah, okay.
Just the last question is, we didn't really get, unless I missed it, we didn't really get a lot of information about the timeline for the Northern Link Road. Do we know when the reports are likely to be done and submitted to the minister for approval? Is there any idea of when that will be?
Yeah, so the timing lag, I think in the initial presentations, when we were talking about the way the roads came up, I think Michael was explaining that there's a 3-year lag between the Northern Road Link and the first two projects. So we expect the reports to sort of follow that timeline. There's going to be about 3 years from now is the timeline we're looking at for the draft reports of the Northern Road Link. Baseline studies are ongoing this year, and next year is going to be the final year of baseline studies for the Northern Road Link. So the project is fully ramped up. It's sort of at the same or similar milestones as the other two projects at the same timeline. Yeah, so at a high level, it's about 3 years behind, and we expect the overall timelines to follow suit.
All right, thank you. I know we have one more question from James Tegler.
18, actually.
One, I gave you one.
I guess it seems that there's no longer any discussion of the costs. And I'm, as I've probably proclaimed to Jennifer up there, that I'm a biologist. I'm James Tegler from Mushkegowuk Council. I'm an environmental coordinator. I guess a lot of my concerns are biological. And unfortunately, these days, biological means money. And so I wonder if anybody can talk more to the costs of the road. They were talking about $2 billion at the start of this, and that seems like a crazy number. But other roads in the country built in similar terrain also cost, 10 years ago, a road like that was costing $2.5 million a kilometer to construct. So I know we're talking numbers like that. And yeah, if I could have you guys address some of those financial numbers that we don't hear about anymore, I just would like to hear it.
Yeah, it's a sequence, James, like in terms of how you get to preliminary numbers, like sequence.
A secret sequence.
So you got to understand the terrain first. And so like doing the terrain analysis, the constraint analysis and all that work and And so part of, I know some of the other roads, we're on the Canadian Shield and we get into the Hudson Bay lowlands. So you got to think of engineering design around that. You got to think of the number of major crossings and what type of bridge structures are we looking at. So there's a lot of factors that come up with the preliminary overall design, and then start looking at getting right now we're at Class D estimates, right? So we're for the 107 kilometers, the Class D estimates are saying about almost $600 million. And that's on the assumption of 5 years. I think it was 5 years. I'm trying to, I don't want to misquote. I think it's 5 years. Sorry, he doesn't know because I didn't share that with him yet. I think it's five years of construction. So you can shorten that up because that's 5 years of 12-hour shifts. And someone mentioned heavy equipment. I think it's between 50 or 60 heavy equipment that Webequie has to get. And then train up 50, 60 heavy equipment operators, to work the 5 years, 12-hour shifts. You can shorten that up if you're doing 24-hour shifts. You know what I mean? But that's a different cost structure, and everything else. So, doubling the workforce basically. And so there's a lot of assumptions you have to make when it comes to these Class D estimates. And then as the report goes in, and as we advance the design, right now we're at 30, we're trying to get to 90% design so we can de-risk the project. Then we'll have a better idea of the costs. So I hate throwing numbers out there because, that number is probably almost a year and a half, I think. A year and a half. I'm just looking at Ange. With tariffs, with inflation, that's why I don't like saying numbers. So it's not a secret, it's just a sequence. And you come up with preliminary numbers based on the design, where you are with the design. So,
That's exactly what's happening with the community access road as well, right? One of the reasons, James, you don't get numbers from us is because we're not a mining company and we're not a mining project. We're not in the business of trying to deliver return on investment to our investors. So when you're in that business, that becomes fundamental to talk about the cost and the return on investment. What we know right now is that we're at 30% level of engineering, so our level of confidence in the numbers is low at this point. Whoever came up with a $2 billion number in the past, they just basically picked a number because they had next to no engineering. The number gets refined as you do more engineering and you put more certainty on exactly what the road looks like. So at this level, I can tell you that for the community access road, which is 190 kilometers, it's just over $1 billion. But that's today with 30% engineering. It is expected to go up because just inflation alone pushes your estimates up. And then Mike talked about a bunch of things. So in the future, once construction begins, I think we're going to have a bit of an economic update, talking about the outlook of the market, what impacts our cost structure and whatnot. That detail will come. We're just not there at this point. For the Northern Road Link, we haven't done our 30% engineering, so we don't even have this sense of what the cost for NRL is at this stage. We will in a few years. The preliminary engineering on the Northern Road Link will be done. We'll have the sense of what the budget numbers are, but then as they get fine-tuned, we'll have exact numbers, and everyone will know. Yeah.
All right. Miigwech, and thank you everybody for your interest in coming to visit with us today. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you for that question. I just wanted to make a final point, with that question, the value of the projects and what it means, And I come from a human point of view on this project and the people that are up there, Martin Falls First Nation, Webequie First Nation, and the other remote Matua communities. We're in partnership together to work with the government of Canada and industry. So we're looking to contribute, discussions, come to an agreement with these governments on how we're going to improve our quality of life in the far north. And that's extremely important for us, you know, the human aspect of these projects. And, you know, it's always been said that, you know, why these First Nations, and, you know, why did they deserve that, you know, and all the time is, you know, this is our land, you know, and yet our people still live in relative poverty to the rest of the Canada. So, you know, this is something that we're moving forward in. It's going to cost a lot of money. We're moving forward in fiber optic project that's already, I think next year is going to, we're going to be accessing fiber optic. We're moving forward on a transmission line project also announced by the Premier last year. That's going to be mega bucks also, and we're moving that along with our all-weather road corridor. So I just want to thank you for that question. Thank you very much.
All right. Miigwech, everybody, once again. So we have boards back there for some information. We also have some other reading material, project updates, and some other sheets for information. Our project team will be here till 3 o'clock today, so if you have any other questions and would like more information about something, please feel free to talk to us. And I also understand we do have members of Martin Falls and Webequie First Nations hanging around in the room. Miigwech, have a great day, everybody.